Okay. Music bot working. Microphone probably working. Music again working, I think. Although I'm seeing strange characters down the bottom. That's fine. We live with it. We go. We adapt. We evolve. I think we're good. I think we're good. Hi. A little bit bright. What if we do that? Is that better? Yes, we have light, but it's not blowing out the lens. Cool. Let's go. Straight into it. So, what I want to tackle today is grass, because I've got this grass to render in the second half of the stream. I want to make sure that I'm familiar with the techniques that I'm going to use, because I haven't done grass in a while. So, quick set of studies, I think. Field grass. More specifically, I'm going to be looking for a little bit of like visual diversity. Because it's all well and good to just do a grassy field, but you'll see from the reference images that I'm about to pull up that that ain't all it. So, like for example, here we've got your grass, right? But then we've also got what appear to be like little daffodils, and then you've got sort of longer wild grass there as well. You've got like drier patches. You've got different like species of grass present as well. Like we won't necessarily go to this degree of differentiation between elements, but just a pinch, because otherwise it looks like an athletics field. And that's not what we want at all. We hate sports. So yes, looking for changes. Any sort of visual change. And if that is the case, little details like this go a long way. Just little sporadic wildflowers. Just kind of peppered, salt and peppered through. Ought to do the job. And then this one has a good degree of layering to it as well, which is nice. Good piece of reference material there as well. Okay. Anything else? Anything that we haven't accounted for? Snake eyes. Ah, frick yes. I'm jealous of your 11. I'm very jealous of your 11. I may or may not have started off the evening with a solid, irrefutable 1. But then I pretty promptly declared golf rules. So I'm winning. How you going, Billy? How was your weekend? one of my usual gaming buddies is away at the moment, kind of occupied. He's occupied at the moment. So my other gaming buddy of the trio, because we have gaming nights, we've started playing a game called Inkbound. Just showing up. Well, that's me. We've started playing a game called Inkbound and have been really enjoying it, quite frankly. It's really, really, really fun. What could I equate it to? It's an arena tactics game. So your character is in a... be faster if I just chuck it on canvas. So you're in an arena. Yeah, no stress, no stress, no stress. You're in an arena, right? It's top-down-ish. So you're in an arena. Your characters are also in this arena as well. Hello, I'm also here. Hi, we're here, arena. And then things spawn into said arena. So either a lot of minions or like a boss minion and then a bunch of little ones. So let's say that the boss is over here, and it's a big dog. It's a big dog. Aww, that's so cute. But the dog must be defeated. You can move around. It's turn-based, kind of. It's turn-based. So say that you're this character here, the one on the right. Your turn starts and a giant circle spawns around your character. And you can move around freely within... it's pretty good. It's pretty good, not going to lie. As you can see. You can move around freely within the circle and it doesn't use up any of your action economy whatsoever. So you can kind of scope things out. You can be like, okay, I can move over here, and like the AoEs that are, targeting the floor. If you stand in it, it has like a predicted damage that you're going to take above your head. So this might say 23 while you're inside the circle. And then when you back out of the circle, it might say 0. So you go like, oh, okay, I've tested by like walking in. I can see that I'm going to take 23. So I'm going to try and end my turn outside the circle. And as you're moving around, there's like a little like guide circle inside the bigger circle that shows how much movement you're going to have left if you do an action. So if I move over here to this spot, my little preview circle might shrink down to about here. And then if I do an action like a hit or a projectile or whatever, this giant red circle becomes the little preview circle. It's really free-flowing and forgiving, which I really, really, really enjoy, because it allows you to kind of experiment with positioning and experiment with like, okay, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, blah, 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 and kind of scope it out before you commit to everything, which I love. And it's really fun. I play a character who's based on getting either super bulky with armor and spikes and that sort of thing, so if anything hits me, they get damaged, or forgoing a little bit more of the defensive stuff to just sort of clobber things with giant pieces of cement. And then my gaming buddy is playing a weaving character where he links up with everything in the arena and damages based on how many things are linked. So it's really fun, really, really, really fun. I've been really enjoying it. Yeah, I thought the weaving character would sound appealing to you. Okay. Grass. Highly recommend looking it up. It should be relatively cheap. Steam. Come on, Steam. Come on. Inkbound. It's $20 on Steam. But once you've made that one purchase, it pays for literally everything. So that there's no like extra content, DLC, expansion, premium battle pass, action subscription, a key to access a blah 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 blah. Sounds like a you thing. I thought so. The weaving character. Yeah, I think so. Okay, let's start with. Let's start with this one over on the left. So the most good to put on the radar. I can shoot you a link to it if you'd like. No stress if you're just super not interested at the moment. Not sponsored, by the way. Okay. So we put down the color that kind of is the most prominent. Then what else are we identifying? The further back, the more sort of into lighter and yellower tones we're getting. Okay, so we'll go with broad strokes. Broad strokes to kind of establish a gradient, like a feel across the whole thing. That's that. Then up the top, kind of into your more yellow tones. But I'm also noticing a lot of greys, which is interesting. I always underestimate. Still going when you're home? You'll catch you then. Enjoy, Billy. Have fun. Happy birthday. By the way, wishing you guys all the best. Have a good night. No stress if you get back and I've stopped at that, but like no stress whatsoever. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves. Go have a blast. Okay, and darker greys through here. It's quite simple if you think about it. Basically what's going on is the further away something is from you, the less you can see the vibrancy. And that really makes sense because I don't know. There's like atmospheric occlusion stuff going on, obviously. So like the further back it is, the more it's being disturbed by the atmosphere. But that's not all that it is, I guess. You're also just more or less ending up with noise at the background instead of like particularly strong colors coming through. Because even look at the tree leaves in the foreground here, sort of peeking over and going, blah, 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 tickling your eyeballs. Compare the vibrancy of these leaves to the vibrancy of the leaves in the background. You can see like right next to them, the leaves at the back are less vibrant, as they should be. Not only is it helpful for just being accurate, blah blah blah. It's also incredibly nice for like where the viewer's attention is at. Generally speaking, things that are more in focus as in like sharper, more vibrant. Maybe have more contrast, that sort of thing. They're going to stick out in the foreground a little bit more than something that's a bit blurry, a bit less saturated, and flatter in the background, which is good. It helps to create a bit of distance, which we like. A little bit of green, mostly yellow. Looking at it now. And over there, it's a super vibrant yellow. We'll have it further up. Extra bit of boom. It's too vibrant. It's too vibrant. Let's dial it back like that. I struggle a little bit with purely texture stuff. Composition stuff comes a little bit more naturally to me, except when it's heavily perspectived. That's stuff that again I need a little bit of help with at the moment. But just in terms of like what is present in the scene, what is located where, blah 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 blah. Like that stuff comes a little bit more naturally to me. Texture stuff, I don't know. I'm so detail oriented when I'm assessing things that the idea of all of this is here, but you can't really see all of what's going on. It's kind of just, it's lots of little things that your eye can't quite make out. It's at that point that my brain just kind of collapses as it tries to go like, okay, well then we'll do a bit of the, we'll start with the first blade of grass. And it's like, no. Going about it all the wrong way. It's more of a feeling thing. We're not trying to replicate the texture by rendering each blade of grass. We're trying to replicate the texture by being evocative. Like we're trying to evoke the feeling of grass texture. If anything, for my, some people actually do go through and render each grass blade, sort of your more ultra realistic art style. But that is not my jam. So we're looking to produce the vibe of grass. And that's where studies come in, because it's important to kind of understand how you want to go about doing that. At least for me, there are savants, geniuses from day dot who just wake up in the morning and breathe life onto a canvas. And To them I say Godspeed, but I cannot do that. So I need to figure out how my version of grass functions. I've done grassy meadows before, but they've been more sort of wilder grass, so like incredibly unkempt, like incredibly patchy, sort of dirt spots all over the place. Really, really, really rugged. That's fun. I really enjoy that form because it gives me something really visceral to play around with to kind of break up the monotony of the grass. But in this particular case, because I'm wanting to do a relatively clean field, I say that with a whole bunch of like holes dug into the dirt. But you know what I mean. Like overall, ignoring the wormholes, it's relatively clean grass. So I'm needing to come up with my solution for that. I fall into a little bit of a pit trap where I get stuck in the bass tone a little bit too much. So let's try to break out a little bit by... Can I... Spiritfarer is that one. The other one is Antique something. Antique Sleek Antique. There we go. Okay, we're starting to memorize the names of these brushes. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, they're starting to actually stick in my brain. Now this is a little bit uniform, which we don't love, but we need a starting spot. And just assessing this reference that I've got over on the side, it looks like that's basically it. Like this texturing that I'm doing now is the whole shebang. From top to bottom, I'd imagine it's a case of the texture becoming more petite as it scrolls back a bit, but otherwise, this is the secret sauce. This is all 11 herbs and spices right here that you're seeing in front of your very eyes. Pop down a bass tone and then just go through with a texture brush and just pop, 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 pop. Here's where I say that this next step requires a lot of patience, but we all know that we've got that here in spades. Why do I not silence my phone before I stream? Why do I do it to myself? It's gonna bite me right on the rump one of these days. There'll be some sort of Halloween-esque monster hunting me in my home. And I'll be thinking to myself, oh, I mean, thank goodness I was just streaming earlier, so my phone will be on silent. But no, I will have not put it on silent whatsoever. It'll blink with a little alert from Twitch or YouTube or something, and then I'm a goner. Tell my family I love them. And then the monster would nod and be like, yeah, okay. I'll do that. Ripped limb from limb. Be a brutal way to go. Oops. Oopsie daisies. The most important element that I'm seeing that I'm missing is brightness. Let's go through with a brighter texture. There we go. That's looking better. Again, it's not about necessarily capturing every single freaking blade of grass and wisp of dust and speck of sand. That's not the intention. The intention is to create enough like visual noise to kind of represent the noise that grass does. Because when you look at a field of grass, your brain goes, okay, there's way too much information. I can't pay attention to each individual blade of grass that I'm looking at in this field right now. But I can understand at a glance there's a lot of noise going on. So just assume that there are a billion, grass patches across this stretch. Your brain does like shortcutting. So if we can hack into that shortcut, we can make it feel way more occupied than maybe we would otherwise. I'm just going through with a slightly darker color. In this case, like a dark in between yellow green, and that bit of contrast. I'm losing the brush on the screen a little bit, so I'm having to kind of guess where it is. There we go. And that bit of contrast between the darker bits of the grass and the lighter bits of the grass are making different parts pop out, which we like to see. Let's make this section here super dark. I mean, not approaching like a true black or anything, but like substantially darker than it currently is. And then we can do a bit of layering. We can pop some grassy elements over the top and just, oh, look at all that noise. Excellent. I can probably collapse this top bit down a little bit, because it implies that the horizon is higher than I want it to be. I'll do that. There we go. It looks a lot better. Looks like we're looking along the grass a little bit more, which we love to share. We really need brighter highlight bits going through as well. darker bits up the top as well. Where's the brush? There it is. Because the brush is just a teeny tiny eyelash. So if I stop looking at it for a second, I lose it on the canvas. There we go. That's a mighty bit of noise there. Probably go even brighter with these daffodil yellows. Let's see how far we can push the envelope. Boom. Okay. Boom. So bright. Look at that. Oh my God. I'm better than ever, correct? How you going, squids? No. Don't back down. You need to make really bold, provocative statements and stick to them. I will take over the universe. If you roll a 1, you die. Oh my goodness. Ah, dodged a bullet on that one. How you going, bud? How's your weekend? Layering. It's looking pretty good. It's looking like a field of grass. What are we learning from this little snippet that we've got here? What I'm learning is there are far more grey tones. Always the case. It's always the case. Always the case. If I don't finish a study and go, you know what? From this colour study, I'm starting to realise there are more grey tones, blah, blah, blah. Then I've clearly not studied hard enough. You doing good though? Good to hear. Good to hear. If you roll a 1, you get $1 million, and you do. Oh, there you go. Boom. Grass, great. Yeah. Because as you can see, it helps to differentiate between bits, right? Because you can't tell that like that bit is different from that bit if you don't provide a bit of like difference. Even on super luscious uniform grass, you're seeing green, right? But if you pay attention really hard, you can see the grey tones through it as well. Generally, what this is going to be is it's going to be reflections off the grass from the sky. Generally where your grey tones are coming from. But they're important. They are important because it helps to like break up the landscape a bit. Have food on the table? Yeah, please. Go eat. Enjoy. I'll be painting grass. But it just goes to show, I mean, have a look at how vibrant and like alive this little patch is. And I've been rendering it for what, like, you know, half an hour now, something. Compared to this, I can already see throwing in grey tones and darker elements and then adding wildflower. It's just, it'll just elevate it. I am glad I am doing this. For science. For the science of having a look at stuff. Okay, let's rotate our brush and go through and add little surface illumination things. Where we're seeing like the tops of layers of grass in the distance. I've been playing more piano recently as well, by the way. It's been fun. I'm kind of still stuck in the stage where my sight reading sucks. So I've got like a small handful of songs that I've either remembered or relearned. And that's it. I'm stuck. Otherwise, I'm plodding through learning some new ones. And then I've got the ones that I play over and over and over again. Let's see how you enter. Oh, God. Oh, kick open the door. No, you're quite all right. How you going? How you going, Bobicus? How's your weekend been? My goodness. A new week. I'm currently learning how to paint grass because I'm needing to paint grass. So doing a couple of quick studies before I get stuck into this piece again. It's coming along well. We've got texture. We've got texture. We've got vibrancy. We've got contrast, visual interest, visual noise. It's all there. You like the current study? Thank you. Means I'm doing it well. It means the current study looks nice. I need to be careful. I need to be careful because if I say, "Oh, excellent," because it looks nice, it's a good study. It's a pitfall because some of the best studies you can do look. Some of the best studies you could do look awful, absolutely awful by the time that you've finished with them, but you've learned a lot in the process, right? It's been good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Any plans for the week? I personally have a video that I need to record, and then I'm going to have a fun collab stream with another artist on Wednesday, so that's exciting. Working on your own TTRPG at the moment? Nice. About cozy witches in a Stardew Valley-like town. Ah, cool. So a little bit more sort of slice of life-y with magical elements is the vibe that I'm getting. Let me know if I'm wrong. Yes. Yeah. Interesting. I feel as though sort of your more moment-to-moment slice of lifey elements are ripe for the innovation. Given that D&D's good, but it's very much so like a combat game. It's about self-care, building ponds, and crafting spells more than slinging them. Cool, 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 cool. And then sort of more the lifestyle application of spells, I'd imagine as well, would be quite. I'm imagining like a Stardew Valley where you develop a thing, in this case a spell, and then it makes your ability to, shall we say, I don't know, build a house easier, so that way you can make like a house building industry in the town or whatever, and you develop from there. That sounds cool. That sounds really cool. What inspired you to start on that? Of course, my brain goes into like an econ direction. Obviously, it's more about like building up a life for your character and having them develop in a way that you enjoy. But my brain has like Factorio-esque games on the mind at the moment. I'm imagining like a Civ game or something where you're building up like technologies, and you start in a medieval setting, and as you're developing spells and technologies and industry and that sort of thing, you're advancing through like technological ages and stuff. That would be interesting. Pretty full on for a CCRPG, but it would be interesting. Someone was making a setting on Twitch way back. They were like, "I'm gonna run it with 5e," and in your head, it was like, "That's silly. Surely there is a better system to run this." We went looking for it. It didn't exist. Yeah, right. That tends to be the case. Is the 5e is the cure-all. It's the panacea to I want to. What? Oh, best viewers on it's what? Yeah, I know, but like they're getting worse at spelling comprehension to be able to jump through the hoops. Let's get you out of here. Boom. That was impressive. It was just a complete butchery of any sort of attempt at language. But yeah, 5e tends to be like a panacea where you go, okay, I want to run a game that's in a volcano. Okay, a system for it doesn't exist. 5e, and we kind of build up some homebrew to make some of the mechanics work, and we go from there. But at the end of the day, you'd probably prefer a system that works with the setting, aka in this case, a volcano. But they don't tend to exist because, I mean, it probably wouldn't be too lucrative to design a game system around a very, 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 very specific setting, like a volcano. But that, opens up opportunity for you to sort of innovate mechanics. No travel, no combat, mechanical depth. Yeah, okay. Is it a 20-sided system or a six-sided die system, a 10-sided die system? Or is that like stuff that'll come after? You're just trying to focus on the on like what you want to include at this point. D6s so far? Well, yes, that is a D6. Sorry, the text was small. I worried I misread a D8. Cool. What do you... Dice pools? Yep, okay. So, of course, because you can only be so productive in a day, right? So it's about resource management. Ah, that's so cool. That's cool. So you can be like, okay, I want to try to plant a tree, so I'm going to dedicate like 3 of my 6 dice to that. And then if I'm successful, excellent. If I'm not, then I've wasted a part of my day in the system. Divide up your allotment of dice for the day into different categories. Yeah, cool, 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 cool. No, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Random ancient words. Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to figure out. Is like, because usually they try to assemble a sentence using like gamer leet speak, but no, there wasn't even an attempt this time around. Welcome back from dinner. How was it? We're just we're talking about a tabletop system that Bobicus is currently working on. But that sounds awesome. It would allow for quite a bit of flexibility, and it fixes a big problem that D&D has, where you don't. It's kind of a lot of the pressure is put on the DM for how time works in downtime, whereas this kind of accounts for it. Dice pools for downtime. That actually sounds awesome. Because TTRPG speed is a decision point to a decision point, not narrative day-to-day narrative. Yeah, that's fair. Got to figure out how to make it work. Well, I mean, you could always do it where it's a non-centralized system, right? Where like in a D&D, where you have the types of rolls that you make for checks, but then combat rolls are structured completely differently. You're still using similar dice, but like they're called something different, they're using different stats, and you treat them differently. So it could be the case that say, for example, you want to go down to the bar and you want to sort of strike a chord with some of the attendants at the bar. So you would dedicate X amount of time using your daily pool to that bar time. Then then you zoom in on that moment after you've done your rolls to be able to do sort of the micro of it. Not sure how that would work with like successes. It might be that you dedicate those dice. Okay. So it might be. Sorry, let me know to shut up at any point if you don't want me to sort of think about it. But it could be that you dedicate 3 dice for going down to the pub, right? So you roll your other dice for your macros. So say for like planting a tree, doing some housework, and crafting some spells. You do sort of your macro rolls to see how successful you are on that. But then for sort of dialogue motivated stuff, you don't roll your dice for that portion of the macro. You save them. You go, okay, I've dedicated 3 of them. Now we go down into the micro. And for the micro interactions, I have 3 dice that I've kept from my macro that I can now use in this social interaction. Could be a way of doing it. And then as things come up, you can be like, okay, as part of this conversation, here's an opportunity for me to convince the bartender to do a thing. Of my 3 dice, how many of my dice do I want to dedicate to maybe try and force a success? If I use all 3, it's likely that I'll convince him, but then I can't do anything else. Oh, is it ads? Oh, okay. No, not yet. It's a minute away. But yeah, you could be like, okay, I can dedicate all 3 to convincing the barkeep to do X, Y, and Z, but then I won't have any dice left over to do anything else in the social interaction after that. So you could be like, okay, well, I'm gonna invest 2 of my 3 dice to convince the bartender, and then I'll have 1 dice left over in case something else happens in that little bar interaction, and then I've got that dice left over to do that type of thing. Could be a way you might want to do it. It's just warning that the fog is coming in a minute. Yeah, true. While ads play, I don't progress any conversations. I don't do anything bombastic. So I keep it super boring, so you're not missing anything during the ads duration. You have a resource called obligations. Okay, so presumably what you have to do in a day, or what you would like to do in a day. Something akin to that. Yeah, okay, makes sense. When you cast a spell, you create a magical obligation that you have to spend time on in future days. Ah, in order to complete it. Okay, right. That's cool. Okay, so then it means that you have, like, it gives you purpose for days moving forward. Oh, ads. I'm chilling. Just going through and again adding a little bit of visual diversity to certain elements, like for example in the foreground I'm seeing that there's a bit of like those longer grass seed pod type structures. I won't spend too much longer on this particular one. And we're back. We're back. Excellent. The spell happens instantly, but you're saddled with a magical time debt, basically. Ah, okay. That's cool, because then you get the satisfaction of getting the thing immediately, but then you pay the cost afterwards. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Welcome back, welcome back. Reminds me of there's a game called Bravely Default where it's an action-oriented game, so distinctly incredibly different. But the way that the core mechanic works is you can either brave or default. So defaulting is you're passing your turn to build up action economy, and then braving is you're using up that action economy in order to do stuff. What you can do though is you can brave into a reserve that doesn't exist yet. So if I've got 0 default built up, so I'm at 0, I can brave into the negatives, and then it means that I don't have any action economy the following turns, right? So it's good at being burst value, but then you have to pay the cost afterwards, right? It reminds me of that. It does have a really good flow to it because it puts all of the onus on the player to make these big decisions. And what could be a cool way of it maybe doesn't work in a TTRPG system just because there's not as much of a time crunch. But what you could potentially do is have like a default system where you can build up a bank of like obligation energy, so that you can be like, okay, well, I don't have a spell in mind right now, but I can do this in order to build up resources for when I do want to develop a spell. I don't have to pay the cost afterwards. It still requires action economy to, do it. You're paying it ahead of time instead of after the fact, and then it gives them the flexibility to choose between payment ahead of time and payment after. This isn't me saying you should do this, by the way. I was just your idea is fascinating, so it's got my brain going. Apparently League of Legends currently has a card game in development. That doesn't surprise me, because, Riot has found a whole bunch of success with League, and they're trying to put all of the funding that they've, all of the finance that they've built up from that into other projects. So they've started developing a fighting game that I'm sure you'll probably know about. They started developing an MMO. Obviously, they started developing a shooter, and that turned out to be Valorant. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they do have a card game in the works as well. Spellcrafting works like this. Players describe spell effects they want. It works with the DM to determine drawbacks, obligation cost, and tier. Okay. If you wanted to mechanicize it a little bit more, if you wanted it to be tethered to like hard and fast mechanics, you could always set up drawback tables if you wanted. So you could have a table of 10 outcomes or whatever, and each time you develop a spell, you roll on the table, and you acquire whatever outcome as a drawback to using it. With a tier in mind, spellcrafting begins with research, gathering materials, preparing components, and prototyping. Ooh, that's fun. That's fun. I've gone through the process of characters developing magical items in a D&D setting before, along a similar lines, where they speak to a character who can, craft for them, and then going through like the prototyping phase, gathering materials for them, gathering finances, blah blah blah. And what I tend to find is players get incredibly attached to items that they develop that way. So that's cool. That's really cool. With a tier in mind, spellcrafting begins with research. Okay, I presume as in like difficulty tiers. So if it's something that does something, astronomically awesome, powerful, whatever, then it would be higher in difficulty tier, and then it would require more research, more gathering materials, more preparing components, and more time to prototype. Determines the types of components required in components for a tier. N components for a tier N spell. Sure. Yeah, so it directly scales. Cool. Simple. Good for the player. Yeah. Okay. Gathering materials fills your stores, which gives you bonuses to prepare materials, and then you can use prepared materials to make prototypes. Okay. Your classic sort of filling a meter. Yeah. Cool. Doesn't seem to like it doesn't seem obnoxiously complicated, which is good, because it seems like it has a bit of depth to it, but not to the point where you've got players scratching their heads and be like, it's too hard. N success is to make a level N prototype, and each prototype of level N -1 that you've made before that counts as an auto success. Ah, okay. So, understandably, the more prototypes that you make, the easier it is to produce the item. Cool. I say item, you know what I mean, like thing. In this case, a spell. If you made 2 level 2 prototypes, a level 3 prototype will only cost 1 success. Yep. Because usually a level 3 prototype would require 3 successes, but because you've done 2 level 2 prototypes, it's reduced the cost by 1 twice. Making prototype uses up the prepared materials. Yep. I've got like research and prototyping and production on the brain at the moment because I've been playing a game called V Rising, which is a vampire survival game, and it very much so has this vibe. Obviously, there's combat involved as well, but definitely has this feel. Very, very, very fun. Whether you succeed or fail, yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, if you make a failed prototype, it doesn't reimburse its own cost. As 16, come on, is everyone just gonna roll better than a 1? Can't I have somebody else in the pit with me? How you going, Dust? How was your weekend? Yeah. You take that smug expression and you, I don't know. Get out of here. Leave. I'm sulking. Is that not the pit? Absolutely not. The pit is exclusive to the number 1. It's golf rules. So if you roll a 1, you've sunk the golf ball into the pit. The golf ball being me in this particular case. You're just too good. Yeah. No, it's it sucks being so good. You jerk. How you going, bud? Feed the pit is your favorite football meme? Is there a pit in football? Football might have changed since I've viewed it last. It's not like 10-pin bowling, right? Where there's a gutter now. The Buffalo Bills are building a new stadium. Oh no, it didn't get labeled as the pit, did it? That's a little bit brutal for a new arena. Forgive me, by the way. When you said football, I was thinking Aussie rules. Wandered in frequently. When that was happening, the Bulls were on a winning streak. Oh no! Literally feeding the pit for success. You're good. You made a spine. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Presumably for the theatrical production. Do you have any pics? Those fans determined that feeding the pit was a good thing. I mean, it sounds like it. If it ain't broke, feed the pit. One sec. Yeah, no stress. Okay. So, what I've noticed is that the background elements are a little bit too samey with the grass in the foreground. So I'm going through with a smaller brush and trying to break up the texture. That way, there's a distinguishability between grass that's going on in the foreground and grass that's going on in the background. That's immediately started to help, if I may say so myself. I'm clearly now getting more of an understanding of what's further forward and what's further back. Ooh. Sent, thank you. It's not gory at all, very cartoony, but it is a spine, so just in case, a little spoiler. Oh my goodness, yes. If you are the type to get squeamish, look away now, for I'm about to reveal spine. 3, 2, 1. Freaking spine. Look at that. That's so cool. I presume that was done with either like a clay. I mean, probably a clay. I'm presuming that's the clay back there. Oh, that's so good. Ah, and the red tendrils would look so good on stage because in motion it would look like, gore. It's so good. So good, so good, so good. Really well done. Really well done. I love how like you've got the plaster texture coming through as well on the spine. So it looks, I don't know, I'm so sick of looking at plastic things in my life. Does that mean something is now spineless? True. Yep. When Dust plays competitive games online, he removes the spine of his opponent. It is indeed a spine. True. Still missing a little bit of illumination. As you can see, this grass is just brighter. So if I can tap into that a little bit. Mortal Kombat finisher style? Absolutely. He kicks him off a bridge afterwards as well. The whole 9 yards. You have bonds and self-care in your game as well. Pretty sure you know what self-care does, but you don't know what benefits bonds give you. As in, like, between characters? As in, you establish a bond with, let's go with the same example that I gave before, say the barkeep. I guess the way that would work... Yeah, okay, yeah. I guess the way that would work in other systems would essentially come down to the GM making a call as to what benefits you'd get. But as you've said, you want to sort of add tangible mechanics to that, so it's not just all on the shoulders of the GM. I'm not sure. Again, it could be a table. It could be a table. It could be like a merchant table, like a civilian table, and then I don't know. You could have tables for different NPC archetypes. So that if any NPC of that archetype you share a bond with them, you could roll on the table in order to generate a benefit, or if the character has spoken to that NPC and has made a deal with them specifically on X thing, then they'd be able to choose something from the bond table, potentially. So it could be if the NPC is just of their own volition giving the player a boon, it could be randomly rolled from the table, or if not, the player can directly choose from said table. It's a nice pickle I've dropped. Thank you, Alt. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Look at me. Look, I'm Pickle Rick. Oh, yeah. Farts or something. I'm currently studying grass texture. It's going well. It's going well. Technically, a spine is the only thing Collins has at the moment, so very much so not spineless. All spine. That could be a new thing, actually. A declaration. I'm not spineless, I'm all spine, if anything. The bones are made from styrofoam and paper mache. Probably misspelled. No, you were correct. Threaded on a steel wire, and lastly, it's some red fabric between the bones. It's flawless. If anything, the way that you've gone about it is way better, because it's if it were clay or plaster, that thing would be heavy. You're spined up, yeah. Spined up. Something you yell out to your teammates as you're about to start a competitive game. Come on, everyone, spine up. Let's go. Okay, I think I've gotten all that I can without sitting here and rendering this to the nth degree from this little patch. So I'm going to quickly chuck in a couple of the other visual elements just to break it up a little bit, and then I'll switch over to another patch of grass. Bonds are made with a group, like say with Merfolk, and they are a track that decreases per day. When the track hits 0, you lose bond strength with that faction. So it's, okay, right. Okay, so you need to put in resources in order to maintain friendship with whatever, like the Merchant Guild, or the, as you say, like the Merfolk, or Steve down the road. Cool. You have to apply dice to the bond every now and again to raise it back up. Cool. Cool. It sounds like there will be a lot of little mechanics like that will occupy dice, which will then in turn mean that you're needing to give the players more dice, which is awesome because players love rolling tons of dice. Take it from somebody who a very long time ago used to play Warhammer 40k. If you give players lots and lots and lots of dice, it's a heck of a good time. With your current plans, the way you're going to remove the spine from Collins, you need to crack his neck and then keep spinning it until he opens, since he's going to essentially be a shark. That's such a brutal Mortal Kombat approach. Oh my goodness. Finish him. And then you're just sitting there like... Pull out spine. As you put the head back on, obviously. You have to return the top of the cookie jar to the cookie jar. Got to maintain the bond with Steve. Son of an oil token. It's a good connection. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a quality resource right there. It's when I make assessments on who I'm friends with, I put them on like I write up like a character sheet for them, and I go, okay, what resource am I getting from Steve from down the road? What resource am I getting from Gary? What resource am I getting from Susan? From Charlie? Go down the list. I call this one the 360. Oh my goodness. It's the thought of everybody awkwardly sitting there as you spend, you know, a good solid minute and a half unscrewing this person's head. Have to at least make 400,000 a year to provide over 10 happiness. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Otherwise, I can't afford ice cream points at the end of the week, and we can't have that. We cannot have that. Figured out the gather store mechanic problem. There you go. Ba-boom. That was easy. Wish you were the useless son of an oil tycoon. Life would be so easy. True. Imagine how many just passive points you'd be able to build up over time, right? Channel points count as our friendship points with my... Oh my goodness. Oh, could you imagine? Stewie. Thank you for the resub. For 8 months. Oh my goodness. You've been sub for 8 months as well. Welcome back. Welcome back to the tavern. You'll find your room upstairs, obviously, the way that you like it. Almost time for your Twitch sub, baby, to be born. Oh, no. But the Inuit? Haven't considered the Inuit. True. Just got to wait until your dad dies, and you have to work ever to get true. Your RP as the oil tycoon Baron's son. It's very much so a waiting game. It's a bit tough to like think of everybody in your life as like in resource points, but it's part of the game. It's gonna look like Baby Voldemort. No. Like the weird like snake features. Oh goodness. Wah wah. Baby Voldemort hungry. Last trimester is the least dangerous trimester to drink. There you go, Stewie. Permission basically granted. I give 1.23694 resource points. That's maybe good. I don't know. I don't have a point of reference for that, but that sounds like an important number. Wasn't he a relatively normal looking child? I think Stewie's making reference more to book 4, where he's like regressed to child form. And Rat Tail like brings him out in like a bandage. He's not an actual baby, but he's like the little weird skeleton thing. So gross. Yeah. Yep. It's pretty good for someone you don't know. Anyway, other than in any way other than a Twitch. This is true. I presume like 1 point is like bare minimum. So I'm above 1 point. There we go. goals. Psychrise, true. I don't know. I like the stuff that they did in the movies with Voldemort's like different weird, gross designs. I have a visceral memory of this would have been in Greece while I was growing up. My Greek relatives watching the first Harry Potter movie for the first time. I hadn't seen it at all. So I was sort of behind a couch watching. And as that scene came up, there was this visceral fear of, oh, ads. Oh, I'm waiting. I'm chilling. Chilling. Dust just bringing out his giant brass bell. Just kick-clang, 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 kick-clang. Ads! Go inside, quick! Ads are coming! The street grows cold. A mist billows in. Once the ads are over, make out like you just finished an epic tale and I missed out because that'd be so rude still. I'm absolutely not doing it. But I could. Just a harmless prank. Harmless little prank. You're not commercial yet? Nice. With any more ad dodgers in chat? We love to see it. Ads, quite frankly, are the worst thing ever. I would turn them off entirely if I could. Bring out your ads. Bring out your ads. Not an ad dodge. I'm not dead yet. I'm not experiencing ads yet. Boom. Cinder block to the head. Oh, dear, dear. And that's how I discovered plutonium. It was tough, but after I cut off the irradiated arm, not a problem. Bounce back like nobody's business. Oh, well, we were in ads that whole time. Oh, jeez. I've just, done, gone and blundered. Roll credits. Okay. That's all the rendering we really need to do on that one. Again, missing some of the brightness that I'd like, but I think that would come in time with just more layering. Basically, at the end of the day, what I've come to learn is that it's just layering. It's just, you start with a base tone and then texture, 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 texture. What I could do, though, is invest more in the splodge stage. So you start with a splodge where you chuck down just sort of a track of color, and then you start building up texture. But what I could do is I could invest more in that splodge stage where I'm splodging more elements. And then as I'm building up texture, it's already sort of, I'm working with bigger splodgy bits. Never to repeated story. True. You just had to be there, man. Feel like bonds should help you deal with magical obligations. That could do, yeah, to try and tie it into another system. On a really small screen, a little bit away, it looks really good. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's what I go for. It's my target my target outcome is to have things look really good. If you're about 3 meters back, you have your head tilted to the side and you're squinting. That's like optimal viewing for my artwork. Let's try this one, because this one I feel like I could implement that splodging a little bit more. I've got about half an hour to invest into it, but hey, it can just tie over to tomorrow's stream that I continue going with grass. You weren't squinting? Yeah, there you go. That was the first mistake. Fluffy with a little variety, looks like a field of grass. True, but it doesn't feel as like visceral as I'm looking for. Visceral and deep, like it needs a little bit more depth, and that higher degree of highlight across the surface means that the darker sections sink in more, which creates more depth. So it's looking a little bit flat. It's okay. It's part of the learning experience. So target audience is 240p on an iPhone. True and real. Did you see that Mahali released another gallery today? Yeah, no, it looked really impressive actually. Oh, could you imagine? So this witness, feast your eyes on a Mahali gallery, actually for real. So you've got wall, you've got second wall, and you've got floor or whatever. You've got people mulling around. And then around the gallery, you just have stapled, I guess. You've got stapled iPhones stuck to the wall, tiny, like this, just sort of spaced out. And then on the floor, you've got these big red lines, right? And then in bold, written in front of the lines, it's like, do not cross. Right? And everybody's standing here gawking at these like teeny tiny little iPhone displays with like animated paintings. Oh my god, it'd be so good. It'd be so good. That one's one of his sharpest pieces so far. I can actually make out detail. Where the art sticks out from the wall to create a stupid 3D effect. Oh my good, yes. I could so we stick with the iPhone still stapled to the wall, right? But then you've also got like, I don't know, super glued. You've got popsicle sticks. Enhance. This is very unlike my usual process. I never zoom in. No detail. You've got popsicle sticks sticking out, right? And you've got like panes of glass stuck to the popsicle sticks in front of the iPhone with like more detail added. So you've got Gary the dolphin just like diving across on the pane of glass, and you've got like the motion behind. Oh my goodness, my art form. It's beautiful. You can have a wall with windows to make sure no one gets... Oh my goodness, no, but that's too high budget for me is the problem. I could employ guards with like spears to stand in the gallery, and if anybody tries to approach the wall, they get back, peasant, and they start trying to like prod you with these spears. Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. Because then, you know, then I don't need to build anything structural, and I'd pay them in IOU slips based on the performance of the gallery, right? So it's all sort of neatly tied together. All of iPhone art, cheap plain glass. Cheap glass planes equals expensive. Yeah, don't look into the logic, okay? As soon as you try to apply logic to any of my concepts, they all crumble. Disastrously so. Okay. So what are we doing for this section? Blobs. So we've got a section of grass here. Whoop. Oops. something like that. Then we've got a blobby bit of almost rust-coloured wildflowers at the back, which is fun. Then we've got a splotch of what I'd imagine to be like daffodils or some sort of wildflower in the middle. Someone who is good at economy, help me budget. Food starving. True. Help. I spent the entirety of my budget on iPhones. But Mahali, you could have just printed out the photos of your images. You could get professional prints done. You did digital art. You could just get prints done. Why did you... Why? Spend less on my phones. No. Yes, correct. Yep. Yep. This is the way. This is what success... That will be the start of my budgeting seminar. People out there will call you crazy. People out there will tell you, don't spend 130% of your budget on iPhones. To them, say no. Say no. Are they successful artists? No. Are you successful? Are you a successful artist? No, not yet, but the iPhone Strat has yet to let me down, probably. All of my lack of success is because of the haters who aren't coming to see my gallery. Print out your artwork and then take the picture of them together. So true clarity on the iPhone display. True. Next level would obviously... social commentary, obviously, is to print out the pictures and then glue them to the screen of the iPhone, so you don't even get... You don't even get the like the vibrancy of the phone screen, like emitting the light. They're dull, just paper printed out copies. Oh my goodness, are we making the worst thing ever? Is that what's happening? Art Galleries 2.0. I do like the idea, Bobicus, though, of one mechanic tying into the other, because it's that degree of cohesive. Sorry, just a complete tangent. It's that degree of cohesiveness that makes things flow, and it also rewards the player for investing in one system, being rewarded in the other. Just had an idea that actually could be an art installation about sharing ideas on the internet. Oh my! Don't share it. No. You have to keep that one for yourself. No, no good ideas here, please. For art installations, absolutely not. Here at Scuffed Incorporated, we're looking for just bottom of the barrel garbage ideas so that we can elevate them, you know? Not going to be able to afford iPhones for it anyway. Well. Seeing as Alt is RPing as an oil baron's son, Alt will be able to invest in this idea, I think. We have our investor. Just have a phone open to the camera, pointed at a thing, then have another iPhone pointed at the first camera, and so on and so forth. Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah. Okay, so commentary on like content originality nowadays, where it's literally just dude experiences thing, then content creator reacts to thing, then like independent news outlet, aka third content creator, releases story on second content creator reacting to first content creator doing a thing. Cut to TikToker splicing content from the first two people making a montage. Further away, and I get less and less detail of the first thing. Yeah. Yep. That's actually a really cool concept. And then you'd have like gallery interaction as well, where participants at the gallery would be able to like step in at any point and cover certain, or not cover, but like put their hand in between certain camera feeds. So then that would be like a moment of true creativity. But then even with that new creativity introduced, you still have the rest of the feed copying off of the originality that's been introduced. That's really cool. Time to go back, like 5 iPhones, true. I reckon it's the kind of installation though that you'd need a line of like 100 iPhones in order for it to really be viscerally apparent as to what's going on. Funnily enough, I own an iPhone selling business, so what are the chances? And that's how you make a profit. Trick people into coming up with good ideas. Oh no, I'm playing into the commentary as well. Here I go. I feel like spending more time in this blobby phase here is giving me more structure to then texture after the fact. I mean, it helps, obviously, that there's more going on with this reference as compared to this reference. But still. Stealing your ideas about people stealing ideas. True. I'm a monster.
Hey, don't blame me, kid. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. We're all stealing each other's ideas.
You'll return when you're most needed, BRB. Yeah, no stress. Godspeed, Bobicus. May you be triumphant in your efforts. You're going to be a... Do you have a date set up for it? This Saturday? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, as you said, it lines up with the Hearthside fight, arts and crafts. That's all right. I'll see if I can. If you're going to be streaming after the morning session, maybe if time works out that way, maybe the evening session. Regardless, let me know when you do plan on it, and I'll see if it lines up for me, and I can come hang out for a bit. I am pleased to announce, by the way, that with my bouldering efforts, I am consistent. I've kind of gotten to the point with level 3 climbs that I was at about a month ago with level 2 climbs, where I can kind of approach any level 3 in the gym and do it. A couple of exceptions. There are a couple that I struggle with where I'd need to come back to it when I'm fresh, like first thing, and attempt it. But yeah, it's going really well. I'm going to start looking to potentially start level 4 soon, which is exciting news. I'll take some like proper pictures of certain climbs so I can kind of walk through what a level 2 looks like as compared to a level 3 as opposed to a level 4, so that you're actually seeing what I'm talking about, as instead of me just going, I did a triangle and now I have access to pineapple, and then soon I will unlock duck form. Be after the evening session sometime. Haven't decided exact time. Basically, you can stream whenever during the day, but the morning is when me and some other friends might be awake enough to join. There we go. Yeah, okay. Yeah. With how I've got the art hangouts on the weekend, I've got like a good solid block of time afterwards to be able to do stuff, whether that's play games with friends or, in this case, come and, join stream for a bit. Will you have good ads though? True. Exactly. That's what I watch streams for. Them good ads. I feel like I've done the thing again where it's too stretched out. So let's collapse that into there. There we go. And then if anything, I can expand this block out further. So we've got a lower horizon and then more sort of footprint for elements to kind of be stretched out, because it almost looks not fish-eye-y, but you're sort of seeing a little bit beneath your feet. Grass is so pretty. Thank you. Ads will be the greatest. That's a bold claim, but I'm here for it. I will watch your ads, and I will make a determination of my own. How you going, Billy? How was your dinner? Did you have fun? Sign me up, true. It was good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark, so we'll be switching over to the actual landscape that I should be working on now. No, sorry, I need to stop myself from having that mentality. Studies are important. They are imperative to improvement. There is no lovely looking paintings without them. This is just as important as working on a finalized piece. Stuck off for a bathroom break. Excellent. We have a covert Billy. Has the climbing area you mentioned the other night. You'll send a picture. Ooh. Let's have a look. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, there are like different climbing apparatus and stuff. That's awesome. It's distinctly its own thing though. Like I wouldn't call this like rock climbing or bouldering. It's climbing though. It's interesting. Yeah, as you said, it's almost like a like one of those American Ninja Warriors whatever thing tracks. That's cool. If I come visit, yeah, I'd be down. Will be an ad special to throw the first punch in the newly announced ad one. You think your ads are great? Check out this 20-hour montage of ads. Bum ba bum. Make your own custom ads. Oh my goodness, could you imagine? Like those spoof ads? Where it's clearly just like a guy in a wig with a fake mustache pretending to sell like a mop or something. Well, welcome to Jimmy's Kitchen Appliances. We have blenders, we have microwaves, we have mops, we have everything that you could ever need. On the corner of Smith and Weston Avenue. Stop by now. We're waiting. And cut. For 4 hours of ads with 4 minutes of content. Oh my goodness. Billy, that's a very strange way of saying that my stream is actually 4 hours of ads and that's it. Which is true. Why is it just the keyboard shortcut? No, it's all the shortcut. Why is that? I know what it is. I know what it is. Studio mode, filters, iCam, connect to this. Yes. Okay, then out of studio mode, then in theory, no? Really? That's weird. My little zoom in thing isn't working. That's all right. We will go without it today. You've successfully bathroomed. Catch you later, bye. Bye. Enjoy gelato. Just make ads for your for random things in your apartment. Sign up today to get the extra 4 minutes of it. True. Instead of subbing to me and you get to dodge ads completely, sub to me and you get even more ads. Could you imagine? Terrible. Absolutely awful. Okay, we've more or less hit the 2 hour mark at this point. We've blobbed out this second patch of grass and it's looking like it has more promise than the first. Just because I with the first one, I kind of just started with a gradient. And then started working texture into it. And the thing that's sort of annoying me about it is that I can really see what the base tone is. Whereas if I blobify it first, it breaks it up just inherently. So then when I'm adding texture, there's more underlying complexity. You get to see your custom ads during the ad break. Be so good. 240 minutes of ads for the price of 234. Oh my goodness. I mean, hey, people actively look up the Super Bowl ads afterwards on YouTube, right? There's a market for it. There's a market for ads. There's a market for ads. Get stuck in there. Okay, let's quickly save. Bada boom. Okay, this would be grass one, I guess. Boom. Okay, then we switch over. We're at the halfway mark. We've switched over officially. Time to bring up the other reference file. Let's save this one. You're going to reference and add in your play. Ah, yes. Now that's what I'm talking about. Grass 1. Everybody needs more ads in their life. Is the thing that I've just now said. Okay, now let's apply the lessons that we've learned earlier in the stream to our actual illustration. Okay, run this layer. Start adding some grey. Look at that. Adding in the grey is popping the section here forward, which is awesome. Time to bring out the custom ads. Have you used toasters? No, you haven't. You may have thought that you have until you try Mahali's Kitchen Toaster. That's right, I'll say it again. Mahali's Kitchen Toaster. You can toast bread. You can toast sliced bread. You can toast wholemeal bread. You can toast rye bread. All these things that you can do with it. You can toast white bread. You can toast sourdough bread. The opportunities are endless with Mahali's Kitchen Toaster. Order now. You've tried the first, now try the worst is a line that goes so hard. Are you kidding? That's amazing. It's also incredibly accurate. Welcome back from ads. Can you toast hamburger bread? If you smush it down enough, you can also toast hamburger bread. Sky's the limit with Mahali's Kitchen Toaster. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Sale confirmed. We exclusively call hamburger bread buns in America. I mean, I thought that we did in Australia as well, but we've got to rebrand. When you're interacting with Mahali's Kitchen Toaster, it's all bread. Now, watch how easy it is to toast this hot dog bread right in front of your eyes. You just put it in, wait about 5 minutes, and then I, obviously, as part of the ad, I just sit there waiting for 5 minutes. You thought you were needed? You're always needed, Bobicus. I would never say otherwise. Never ever say otherwise. You're back now. Welcome back. We're just discussing stupid ideas. If you've ever wanted to make toast while risking burning down the house, well, there you get Mahali's Kitchen Toaster. Ugh. Oh, it's rough. To miss your purchase? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Made by IKEA? Absolutely not. It was a Temu purchase. Yep. It's quality that you can depend upon. Oh, I've got a thing to announce, by the way. Like an actual thing to announce for real, to do with streaming and stuff. A couple of things to announce, actually, now that I think about it. Thing one. I discussed last week that the morning streams are leading to a little bit of burnout on my part, where my evening streams are going quite late, relatively speaking, and then it's taking a while for me to get to sleep, and then having to wake up first thing and immediately jump onto stream. It was leading to lack of sleep quality and just lack of stream quality, to be entirely honest. So the plan is to move my morning streams forward, back. Move my morning streams back to afternoon streams instead. So starting at 12 and going until 4. So that will be on Tuesdays and Thursdays, yeah. So that's the plan with that moving forward. I should put together an actual timetable graphic for it as well, but we'll see. It's in the cards, but not currently planned for this week. We'll see how that goes. The second thing that's really exciting, though, is as soon as I say that, I will have a morning stream on Wednesday this week on top of my evening stream. It'll be a short stream, a half stream for 2 hours, starting at 10 a.m. my time. And the reason why I'm doing that is because a few of you have met Ghoulie before, who's jumped into stream a couple of times. I'm going to be co-streaming with Ghoulie on Wednesday for a couple of hours, doing one of those stream together things. So if you want to see what we've got planned for that, check out the plans for Wednesday. I'll have it up on the Discord properly in detail. But yeah, thought I'd actually say it. It's probably important. But yeah, it should be fun. I want to give it a go. It's a feature that's been around for a little while, but I haven't tried it yet. So you miss out on the co-stream. I mean, potentially. It's a little bit of an awkward time. Like, it's something that we can't do in the evenings. But hey, if you can make it, awesome. If you can't, that's more than fair enough. But if you can, that's the time it'll be on for. You spent a lot of hard-earned channel points on it. Where? Oh, the 5-minute scribble. Oh, it didn't come up with like an alert or anything. Okay. Let's bring up a little. Sorry, blind you for a second with a bright white screen. What would you like your scribble to be, Dust? Am I scribbling a toaster for you? May I have to sneak into it while you're in class? If it's not blocked, that is. Oh no. Still kidding. Good. I was gonna say I wouldn't recommend. So, Dust. What am I cooking up for you? What's on the menu? A little bit strange for the chef to ask what's on the menu, but you'd like a scribble of you. Okay. Similar to your like your profile art? In 240p. True. Yeah? Okay. I'll quickly grab that. Boom. it's going to be a little bit scuffed, but hey, all of the best 5-minute scribbles are. Okay. Then, in theory, I should be able to use a hotkey, but some of my hotkeys aren't working for some reason. Oh, there we go. It's working. 5 minutes. There we go. Boom. Let's go. The pale on white is it's a look, but okay. With the almost like Wolverine hair. With the shaved sides. Oh, hurry. It's looking glorious. Da, 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 da. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Nose. We've got our cheek lines there. And hair off to the side. Little peace side. Clean up the hair just a little bit. And then we'll go through underneath with some tones. Sorry, I'll reach out in a second. Time crunch. Time crunch. Speed run, correct. "30 seconds, brick!" And we're out of time. There we go. Boom. 5-minute sketch. We'll quickly sign that off. There we go. I'll quickly take a grab of that. Chuck it up on the Discord. Do I have a conversation for it? I don't think I do. I'll set one up. I'll put it in share my art. For now. There you go. Ba-boom. Have I ever played any of the GTA games? I've played the demo for GTA 4. We got a demo disc. Me and my cousin got a demo disc for GTA 4 as part of like a gaming magazine or something. And you wouldn't be able to save. You'd start the game and you'd have a play session of about 2 hours. So you'd try and get shenanigans done, as much shenaniganry as possible done within that 2-hour span. So yes, but no. A solid yes, but no. Your English teacher will be cool with you watching Twitch in class, probably. In all seriousness, you'll have to watch back the stream when you get home. That's fair. That's fair. I know the interactive maps. As in like where you can place markers and stuff. Back to grass and dirt. Okay, just to break up that clump of grey at the back, I'm going to go through, oops, bling, with a slightly darker tone, and just cut a swath through it. I'm relatively familiar with it, Bebop, but I can't say that I've played enough GTA to know specifically what element of the map you're talking about. I just wasn't a GTA gamer, you know. I grew up in a household where the parents definitely bought into the whole like Grand Theft Auto. Oh no, all sorts of debauchery and violence, and you cannot buy the Call of Duties, all of that jazz. So my familiarity with these things is limited. The main map with all the icons of the game's interactable places. Imagine there's a website that lets you make your own interactive maps. Ooh. Yeah? You kind of have that. So there's a site called World Anvil. That I used to create my first D&D campaign. This is a few years ago. And what you can do in World Anvil is you can have a map image. So there was another site that I used called Incarnate, I-N-K, Carnate, Incarnate, to actually make fantasy maps, and then I could drag them into World Anvil, and then World Anvil would do that interactive thing that you're talking about, where you can click, you can drag and drop little like pins onto the map, and then you can interact with those pins. So you can click it open to see like a little synopsis, a little image representing the place that you've clicked on. You can click into like a sub map, or from there you could go into like a further description of the location. But I can't think of one site or application that does like the whole thing in one. That would be unique, yeah. The map's come a long way on World Anvil now. Yeah, yep. You can have different layers, and of course the pins. Yep. But there's no way of actually making map elements in World Anvil, which is, I think, what Bebop was talking about? A piece of software that would allow you to design maps and then also make them interactable as well. Friend uses it a lot. Yeah. I've from what I've interacted with it, I've really enjoyed it. The world was 100% peaceful before Mortal Kombat and GTA 3. Well, not just that, but also, if anything, parents would be able to. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like GTA was a game that was like 18 plus or whatever in Australia, so it's probably wise of them to have not let me play that as young as I was asking to. But something like a Call of Duty, I don't know. Like I play shooters nowadays, and it's I can understand it being the case for somebody who's like pre-teen. Playing shooters could lead to elements of disassociation between like violence and outcomes and that sort of thing. But I mean, you get old enough, you can distinguish between these things. Even still, I think the majority of the research that came out was essentially like, no, unless you're like 3 years old playing violent games, to like incredibly violent games where you're seeing like gore and guts and that sort of thing, it doesn't sort of morph your sense of morality. Don't know any of lets you do both either. Wouldn't be surprised if there was. Yeah, that's fair. There could be some like a niche product that that none of us have heard of. I mean, I say niche, it could be incredibly popular, but I'm just not aware of its existence. How you going, Bebop? How was your weekend? Watched your dad play Uncharted 2 when you weren't old enough and you're fine. Oh no. We can trace back Dust's serial killer tendencies all the way back to Uncharted. I mean, that makes sense, actually, now that I think about it. It's all the pieces are coming together. This has done a fabulous job of kind of spreading out the grass a little bit more, creating a bit of distance between here and there. It's so good. It's just how hard people go on that whole narrative. That is the sole reason someone can... Yeah. But, like... To be fair, there are other elements like, you know, gambling, smoking, sex, that sort of thing in the game that it's beyond just the violence. And gambling is a thing that can be problematic for kids especially. Building up healthy habits to do with that is good. Getting exposed to it young is not so much, because then you don't have any mechanism to be able to communicate to yourself like, no, well, I'm engaging in a thing that is addictive. Which is why mobile phone games are freaking terrifying. I try my best never to spend on mobile games. I never see any sort of monetary interaction there being healthy. The Nintendo character taught you to gamble, true. Wrote an essay once on the Satanic Panic for D&D. It's fascinating, isn't it? It's not just for D&D as well. Like, there was the whole Pokemon one. The Pokemon one was huge. Magic the Gathering, obviously. Harry Potter, same thing. It's a thing that happens on the regular every time. I don't know why. actually the worst games in society. Yeah, they're terrible. I mean, there's a healthy way of engaging with them, but it's problematic if the only way of healthily engaging in your game is to study up on how best to do so. The same can be said for anything addictive, obviously, but mobile games especially, just because of how readily accessible they are. Conspiracy theories. So your teacher taught you how to credit online sources since you'd likely use them a lot. Managed to find only actual books from the time. Yeah, yep. I mean, the D&D Satanic Panic stuff was in the early 80s. Internet was, I mean, technically a thing, but I do not miss essay cross-referencing. My goodness. I have a dreaded memory of having to write up it was an essay about the design principles at play within the architecture for the Acropolis. So talking about things like the cultural relevance of particular choices, the presence of the golden ratio, things like intentional asymmetry in order to sell grandiosity, blah, 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 blah. And I distinctly remember essentially having to borrow out half of the university's library of architecture books, having them scattered around an entire room of my house back when I was living with my parents, and it was just an absolute nightmare having 24 books all open to different pages around the room, essentially crying over a laptop as I was typing up an essay. It was awful. Written by a PI talking about this one kid, and he swear he's the most PI you've ever come across that's actually existed.
The mark was, I want to say 12, but I've never been good with kids.
It was raining at the time.
Karen had just left me. I'd woken up at 2 in the afternoon, throbbing headache. I'd taken aspirin, but nothing really takes away the pain. Society.
Oh my goodness. Nothing entertains me more than edgy tropes. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Edgy, broody tropes give me life. Some dude he knows, he just casually drops that one time they were rescuing someone from a cult and the guy refused to lift the helicopter until they both get... Oh, it's amazing. Season 2 of the Minecraft server starts. Nice. What does a what does a season sort of mark onto? New season means that like certain areas get refreshed, or like new events on, things like that. What does it pertain to? That's the word that I was looking for. We got there eventually. I was chatting earlier about a game that I've started playing semi-recently. Played it for the first time about a month ago, actually, but haven't played it again since, just because I haven't had an opportunity. It's called Inkbound. Really, really, really fun. And it's a turn-based arena, sort of like dungeon crawler-esque game. It's really, really, really cool. I highly recommend it for groups of players. I've got one person that I play it with, and it's a really fun format. So if you've got somebody that you'd be down to try a new game with, I'd throw that in the ring. Saw something today on Insta where it was saying that the worst OC stereotype was, and the top comment was, sad antisocial character with their backstory not explaining why they're like that. Yeah, I'll read through that again in a second. Sorry, ads. Any ad dodgers? Anybody who's been able to swerve? Nice, nice. Glad to hear. Doing for this back area here. Middle grass render. We're back from ads. Excellent. Season 2 marks on everyone. Gonna get to stream on the world. New mini games, and the borders expand another 5,000 blocks in each direction. Ah, okay, there you go. That's where you started the Castle Crash Out Guild, right? Because more opportunity to build up a big fortress on the outskirts. Narratives work a lot better when there's cause and effect and everything. On the other, IRL, not everyone has a tragic backstory in order to feel bad sometimes. Yeah, that's fair, but if you've got a character who just has a chip on their shoulder, like if they've got a chip on their shoulder, and aggressively so, generally speaking, you want some sort of either endearing quality to them, a relatable backstory, or a degree of love to hate type of deal. But occasionally you can have, as Squid described, a character who gets introduced, who's super broody, who everyone hates, is boring, and has nothing like redeemable about them or interesting, blah, 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 blah. Though I do agree, I do hate those characters. If you're going to be broody, there has to be like something to it, you know? I don't mind comedically broody, not at all. If it's a character that I'm supposed to despise, but it needs to be played up a little bit, you know. The skins you've made so far. Cool. Like a Knights of the Round Table type of aesthetic. That's cool. That's cool. Your character Amity is antisocial, and the reason why is because she often never knew how to talk to people as a kid, so she thought everyone hated her. It's stupid on paper, but in your head it sounds cool. I mean, broody anything often does sound stupid on paper. It's all about execution at that point, right? Okay, let's not get distracted. Don't get distracted by the foreground. We are doing background stuff. Background stuff. What time is the art hangout? So for the morning one, it'll start at 10 and go until 12. For the evening one, it'll start at 6 and go until 8. So 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. for the first one, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for the second one. Okay. Noise. I probably want a little bit of grey in the hill as well, but that can wait. I'm just looking to add little streaks of depth first that kind of create a little bit of a groove in the side of the hill. Start streaming around end of art hangout then. It's like 10 a.m. your time. Perfect. Yep. I'm curious to see how chat interaction will feel during the co-stream. Not sure that I've quite cracked that that little problem egg yet. It might just be that during streams where I'm streaming with other people, that chat interaction just goes down a little bit. Because otherwise, I don't know, my brain's going to fall out of its head. You wish you was a dish? Oh, I mean, it's only one way to try. That's to find a novelty-sized dish and lie upon it. And then, I don't know, all sorts of garnishes and stuff. Bit of soy sauce. Like a piece of parsley. Co-streams are weird. You tend to avoid them because the chat interaction is usually terrible. Yeah, that's my thought. Which is why I want to try just a shorter. So on Wednesday I've got a co-stream coming up. I want to try sort of the shorter format to see if that 2-hour window feels good as opposed to like the full 4 hours. And then I also want to try different sort of methods of communicating with chat while not being sort of rude to my co-streamer. Just include an option to pay for your message to be read. Oh my goodness. This is now an extortion stream. Welcome. It's practical when you've got a massive audience, I guess. Don't think it has to be. You've seen some where basically one streamer reads chat and the other does stuff. It's difficult though because both of us are streamers with individual communities, so it would feel weird. It could be that I try to keep it so that chat talks about what we're currently working on, so that way I can include chat in our conversations. That way, that like there's interactive elements. But it's I don't think I'd be able to maintain like parallel conversations. I don't think I'd be able to have a conversation with the person that I'm streaming with, and then also like try and have a conversation that's completely separate with somebody in chat. So if I try and make it clear that engaging in the conversation that we're having, I'll be able to sort of bring comments in. Maybe. I'll think about it. That's part of the reason why I want to try it, is so I can attempt different things, you know? Just call it a season pass. Oh, now you're talking, Stewie. That's why you're my ideas guy. That's why you get paid the bit bucks by Bahali Incorporated. Ignore the fact that you just, you just got another subscription. It's fine. It's fine. If we don't think about it, the irony does not materialize. It's not real unless we acknowledge its existence. It could be like a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, where, you know, sort of casual chat is fine, but if people are looking to like branch into full independent conversations, I don't think I can participate. I think that would be fine, right? It's a little bit of like, hey, how are you? How's it going? What have you been up to? Blah, blah, blah. But then if somebody's like, I want to talk about cheese, let's talk about cheese, here we go. I'm going to have to be like, sorry, like, I'd love to talk about cheese, but, you know, it might have to be another time. Redraw of Amity, haven't done it in a while. It's a good habit to have, is to come back to your characters every now and again. I should do something similar to that. Keep me in the loop. Let me know how it goes. Cheese. I don't disagree. I've come to learn that some cheeses are more agreeable with my lactose intolerance. Like Parmesan is relatively harmless. So Parmesan and pepper jack tend to be on my good list. I've got a soft spot for feta, pun intended, but that one is particularly terrible for my stomach. Don't discriminate against your love of cheese. Well, Stewie, I might have to. I might have to aggressively discriminate against your cheese messages that you're always hitting me with. Lactose intolerant, she eats cheese often whenever we have it for dinner. Yeah, like, it's a thing you can do. It's just the pain is felt afterwards. You can get lactose intolerance pills, and I do have them. It's just it's difficult to anticipate, like, I'm gonna have a particularly cheesy meal. Easy breezy cheesy cover girl. I have a friend who I piss off by taking like the CoverGirl sort of slogan and adding like minty fresh, lemony squeezy, like elaborate, and it's quite fun. If it's different for certain people, it would be, but rule of thumb is some cheeses include more lactose than others. Again, rule of thumb, it tends to be harder cheeses have less lactose than softer cheeses. Taught you that the key to a good relationship is some damn good garlic bread. True. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's just. I don't think that's how the slogan goes, but I think that's what you're. I think that's what you're making reference to. Maybe it's Maybelline. Of course it is. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's just the cheese. It's just the cheese. Coming to local grocers near you. New ad unlocks? Oh my goodness, no. You can hear the jingle in your... Oh no. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm digging it. This cheese that I'm eating. It's like a B movie situation where everything has been corrupted by cheese. It's all just cheese. Always has been. You said something relevant? Oh no. It's not one of your cursed memes, is it? Oh, it's in the memes channel. Brace for impact. You may fascinate a woman by giving her a piece of cheese. In spells, charms, and incantations. Ooh, a bewitched. That's amazing. For anyone who can't see this piece of golden cheese, access. You can access it in the Discord by typing !Discord, and then your eyes will fall out of your head because it's awful. The all new just cheese lactose intolerance is just a lie. Don't listen to the doctors. Just suck it up. Now go to the store and buy the product. Oh my goodness. New for those who experience lactose intolerance. Cheese. Ta-da! On a platter. There you go. It's like Sharknado, but just cheese. Oh, could you imagine? Just being swept up. Oh, God. The problem wouldn't be the velocity. The problem would be... Actually, no. The problem with a cheese-nado, patent pending, but cheese-nado, would be that... So with a regular tornado, you get swept up in it, right? And then you get clobbered to death by, like, debris, and or you get flung to Kingdom Come. The problem with a cheese-nado is the velocity of cheese impact would be lethal. You'd be bludgeoned to death by cheese impact. I'm imagining like molten nacho cheese as well. That's a terrible way to go. Bologna, fudge, and cheese. Your life is being ruined by the internet. Bologna fudge. Excuse me? Bologna fudge. John Cena, bologna fudge, and mustard. Oh, it's an exclamation. He didn't just bring out a platter or something. Okay. I was incredibly worried for a moment there. Lactose intolerance is a skill issue. Yeah, I mean, it's more like a debuff issue, but yeah. You just you need to grind for the lactose item perks. Calculate the velocity of cheese in a tornado. Well, it depends on the size of the cheese-nado. let's try adding in some grade zones here. Sort of start with the splotchy. Let's say it's a standard Parmesan wheel. Oh my goodness. Just some minced oats. Yep. It's standard Parmesan wheel in an F4. An F4? In reference to what? I'm familiar with F1. Ah, I see. It's a Korean band. Okay. So presuming it's a Parmesan wheel, wielded by a band of Korean musicians. If anyone comes in and wants to talk about cheese, I'd have to shut them down. Chat spends the next 5 minutes discussing cheese. It's probably the most Tavern chat thing I've ever seen, is how quickly you guys latched onto that. But hey, if it makes you happy, I'm having a ball right now. A ball of cheese. It's squid, it's fine. If you think about it, that's when it makes molten cheese for your brain. You're giving power to the cheese at that point. F1 through F5 is are categories of tornado. Oh, okay. That would make sense. We don't deal with tornadoes here on Kangaroo Island, so I'm not familiar with. I'm familiar with Richter scaling for earthquakes. Semi-relevant here. Tornadoes. Tornado made out of tomatoes is another thing. Yeah, not familiar with the scaling on that. It makes sense that they would be. Familiar with F1 and FU, true. Research suggests you can get over lactose intolerance by consuming a lot of lactose. Surely that's not true. Surely that's not true. Let me have a look. Research lactose, consume more cheese. Okay, this is the AI overview response thing that I trust is probably as far as I can throw it, and I can't throw it, so I don't trust it. Suggests that while cheese does contain lactose, most people with lactose intolerance can tolerate cheese in moderation, especially hard cheeses like cheddar, Swiss, and Parmesan, as the cheese making process significantly reduces the lactose content compared to milk. However, individuals with severe lactose intolerance should still be cautious and may need to opt for lactose-free cheese options. Okay, but that's not what? Cheese consumption and multiple health outcomes. Nope. Nutritional management of lactose intolerance. Cheeses you can eat even if you're lactose intolerant. Cheese, blah, 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 cheese. Here, I'm just going to quickly... There's a link here on Google that literally is just... You ready? This is a Google search response. Cheese. 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 Yeah, okay. All right. That's enough for now. That's enough cheese Googling for now. Cheese Googling is now a new term that exists in my brain. Welcome back, Billy. Asking ChatGPT if this is possible. Tomatoes. Don't reinforce it. Mix some concrete in while you're at it. True. That will help to really sort of solidify the contents of my stomach. The Parmesan cheese wheel will be going at 200 meters per hour or 322 kilometers per hour or more in a category 5 tornado for a cheesy tornado experience, a cheese-nado, if you will. Okay, that makes sense. Presuming that it can't reach maximum speeds, given that the viscosity of the cheese would cause a bit of air friction, slow things down. Sent a link in Discord. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will actually have a look into it. It's relevant to me. That sounds very silly, though. I'm allergic to bee stings. Well, just get stung by a whole bunch of bees then. I presume it's a case of a certain amount across an extended period of time to grow acclimatized to it, or something to that effect. Was a good little movie, incredibly relevant, surprisingly, to the conversation that we're having at the moment. I don't know. I've gotten quite numb to disaster movies. I don't know what it is. It gets to a certain point where you just kind of understand, like, okay, things get destroyed. That's cool, but why? But why are they getting destroyed? And then usually the answer in disaster movies is because the plot kind of just said that they do. Is an allergy. The Nordics are generally way less intolerant because you drink so much milk. Yeah, okay. So it's just sort of body's familiarity with the but that doesn't quite make sense, because I used to back when I was tolerant of cheese, eat tons of cheese. And I still kind of do. Interesting. I'll give the paper a read. I'll see what I think. If it starts with, some people say, my skepticism is going to shoot through the roof. It's the way that, like, every conspiracy theory ever gets propagated. Apparently. Although I do quite a bit of, apparently myself. So, guilty. You think it was the Americas that sent a whole bunch of powdered milk to Africa to help with starvation? At first they were very intolerant, but then their bodies adapted to go back to producing the enzymes? Okay. It might be a case of, like, particular instances of intolerance or tolerance or whatever are just a case of producing certain enzymes. I mean, I'd imagine that the problem with a lot of people's intolerance isn't that their body just forgot how to produce the enzyme. It's that their body is incapable of producing the enzyme is what I'd imagine the case to be. But I don't know enough to be able to say with certainty. Were you happy with the 5-minute sketch, by the way? I didn't ask. I just kind of I dropped it into Discord and that was the end of it. It's exactly how Bruce Banner turned into Smart Hulk. Was lactose digesting enzymes. I mean, that makes sense. Gamma radiation is kind of like eating like a packet of provolone or something. I'd imagine so. Produce the enzymes when we're babies to drink milk from mum. True. But I've also heard that it is a thing that can develop in sort of your mid-20s. Is you just develop lactose intolerance, which is kind of what happened in my case. You happy with the sketch? Excellent. Good to hear. It was looking a bit scuffed at the start, but we got there in the end. Actually, you know what? Let's switch to... Oops. Spirit Ferret. Start getting a bit of that grit. You had an intolerance to school, no matter how much you had to attend. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that no matter how much I eat school, I mean cheese, that I am cursed to a life of bodily dairy reluctancy. Goodness, we got there in the end. Supposed to lose the ability to drink milk. Especially the Nordics got really stubborn about drinking cow's milk and then started keeping the enzymes around longer. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I have heard in the past that it's very much so a modern thing to drink milk further on in your life. Back for now. Welcome back. We are grassing it up and talking about cheese a whole bunch. Touch the trees a little more. The depth is nice. Potentially since you last saw them? Because I think there was a stream that you missed where I worked on them again, and then I haven't really touched them in a while, so maybe you just haven't really seen them. Like I've been working on a lot of foreground grass for the past couple of weeks. So yes, probably. I don't know. What are people up to? Tell me. I require news. Gib. Plans for the week. Things you're excited to play. Things that you're planning on getting. Lighting on the rolling hills is really nice too. Makes them look lush. Thank you. That's what I'm hoping to achieve with them. So that does bring a smile to my face. In Nordic countries, almost 90% of the population can digest lactose, whereas in southern regions of Europe, only about 10 to 30%, and near the equator and in Asia, only about 0 to 2% can digest lactose. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a generational thing as well, where across generations of everybody consuming milk at a high rate means that tolerance increases generationally. You had Kit Kat Biscoff Cookie Crush and Honeycomb Gelatos in it. Oh my goodness, that would destroy my brain. I can't do sugar at all. And that would like it's literally the Scanners, I think is the movie where people's brains explode. That would be me, actually, for real. Starting a secondment after with blah blah blah, a secondment with your after hours team. So you'll be working 12-hour nights starting this Friday. Oh, what? Screw sleep, you need money. Yeah, fair. Ugh. Make sure that you're looking after yourself outside business hours, though. Oh, what'd we get? We are a cleric of the gluiest order. Pencil Warrior, fine caliber. Ooh. We are a corrupted color mage. I'll take it. I'll take it. Na, 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 na. A 12. Oh, come on. Can you guys stop putting me to shame with your... I can roll double digits. Bunch of jokes, a lot of you. Myself and Bobicus, we're fine with our single digit numbers. Number outcomes. Squid as well. You're with me as well, Squid, right? Right? Rivali in the background. Yeah. Yeah. A gift from my siblings for Christmas. I was saying that our little corral of single digit D20 rollers are way better than people who roll double digits, like Dust, for example. Bunch of jerks, a lot of them. Yeah, see that? Now that's what I'm talking about. Those are the numbers we love to see. Ah, no, you've abandoned me. How rude. No, that's fine. That's fine. Go off. Join the double digits. It's fine. I don't care. How dare you, Billy, with the snarky cheers? You know what? Cheers. Billy, a passive aggressive cheers to you as well. There you go. Boom. Cheers. It just dawned on me that I hadn't drunk anything all stream. Definitely born it true. Maybe it's Maybelline. You were banished into the realm of curses because of the bounty board for a while. True. Arguably, your curse has rubbed off on me, given that I've been rolling quite low recently, and specifically started this stream with a 1. So, thank you, but no thank you, Squid. Bear's hanging out in your wife's office now. She's cleaned it up and is there instead of in the bedroom. Oh no! He's sniffing around and hanging out with her now. Abandoned. Betrayed. No, this one without fail will come to headbutt me whenever I'm working. Without fail. Hi. What's the plan? Oh, just chill? Okay. I'm happy with you just chilling. You have forsaken me, my son. I trusted you and you betrayed me. I mean, accurate. Is your cat food motivated? Because I found out the other day that there are some cats that are not motivated by food at all, which is a crazy thought. Like this one will take a treat if offered every single time. The thought of a cat not playing ball to that is a very strange thought. He's been a bit slow on eating all his dinner. Yeah, that's fair. When there's too much food. Good problem to have. I mean, it can be a little bit concerning when pets lose appetite, but I mean, it doesn't sound like a loss of appetite. It just sounds like slowing down a little bit. By being an asshole, I mean, aren't all cats? This one insists on waking me up every morning. Just as an example of what I have to deal with. She finds fun and creative new ways to do it each time as well. There was a good long period of about 8 months, I want to say, where she was banished from my room at night because she developed the habit of, while I slept, creeping onto me, falling asleep on top of me, and then having night terrors and shaking me awake. So yeah, little jerk. This habit has since stopped because she has figured out that if it happens again, she will be booted. He already wakes up your mum at 5 in the morning wanting food. Yeah, there you go. No, thankfully she doesn't wake me up super early, but let's just say if she were to do that, she'd get the boot again for another handful of months. Just to clarify, she does have like my roommate that she can go and sleep with instead. So it's not like she has 0 options. Visual variety to different sections because this hill shouldn't look as clean as it currently does. If anything, it also looks like it's sitting lower than it is, which I'm not quite sure how to remedy. I think it's a case of bringing some of these grooves a little bit higher in some cases. Like up to there, for example. Maybe a little groove there as well. Little pocket. If you're gonna groom yourself and make lots of noise and start contorting and taking up more space, I might have to boot you. Not an actual kick, but you will be relocated off my armchair. Off the arm of my chair? adding more of a wedge has helped there. Let's switch to Spirit Farer. Just to add a bit more volume. Something like that. I'm not loving the fact that it corresponds with that one exactly, so I'm going to break it up a little bit more. Okay, off you go. Bye. Have a great time. Cat has left the side of the chair, so I can now occupy it again. Okay, just getting rid of the burrows for now, just because I can easily place them back again. I need clarity. How are we going for time? We've got about 40 minutes left. Okay. Let's try and get this hill done in that time. Time to concentrate. Okay, I need to bring some of these blue tones a little bit of that blue into the grass. Just a smidge. There we go. Look at that. Look at what that's done. Look at what you've done, Rapunzel. Adding in that little bit of blue just kind of brings it all together. I try to do that, generally speaking, with everything I do. If I've got, say, a person with purple skin wearing a blue outfit, I try to bring some of the purple from the person's complexion. I try to bring some of the purple from the person's complexion down into the blue of the outfit. Not necessarily like highlight colors and that sort of thing. I do try and do that a bit, but I'll add some detail work. So like maybe a bit of the embroidery is done in the purple, or maybe some of the accessories are done in purple, or maybe just little highlights here and there, just in purple. That way it ties it together. And then the same thing with the face is I'll bring some purple elements in, whether it's like some purple undertones in the skin. So in the same way that for example, like I've got red undertones to my skin. Some people have like orange or yellow or green, just depending on, your complexion. Just doing a little bit of that. And it's the same thing with this. So wanting to bring some of the blue into the green, and then arguably with the cyan down the bottom, that's where some of the green is influencing the blue. And then when I do the lighting on the house, I'll have some of the highlight, like the lighting hues on the house. Some of it will be done in green and some of it will be done in blue. Again, just to sort of bring it all together. So pale you should have been, Ginger. I mean, I'd be in the same camp, actually. I'm basically see-through. Turns out your facial hair is. Get pranked. It could be a good look. It could be a good look to have like the different facial hair from head hair. Orange is a fun color to work with as well. I use it in a lot of my different characters. So you're not a redhead, you're a red chin. It feels like almost like a derogatory reference in a fantasy or a science fiction setting. Hi. Why are you yelling at me? I'm right here. What do you want? I just want to have a look. Look. Okay. I'll keep working. Oh, sorry. Yeah, headbutt. Not that you can grow it much. I mean, still stands. But you know when in like Mass Effect or whatever, an alien might be like, frick you, spiky toes, and I was like, I take offense to that, blah blah blah. It feels almost like that, like, you jerk, you red chin. It's like, it's racist against the glor blocks. You know we are sensitive about our turkey-like chins. Starting to play an old gacha game that you hadn't played in a while. The game got you hooked because it gave you 100 free roll. No. Well, that's kind of what I'm stuck in a similar spot where Hearthstone is offering me 150 packs to return. And it's... I think the correct answer is to not, because then it just removes the temptation completely, right? And then when you miss out on the FOMO, then your enthusiasm to ever come back to it kind of plummets to zero. So I think it would actually be a solid remedy to that offer is to just completely ignore it. The problem that I'd have is getting stuck into a card game is just too expensive. It's just way too expensive. Seeking a little comp since the lads are on? Yeah, fair. Billy playing competitive. Look at him go. I may end up joining them in about half an hour. We'll see. Yeah, typical anime gacha game. Also has mechs, cannons, and tanks as characters. Fair. You're doing the thing, yeah. You make you be proud. Shed a tear. I'm going to quickly look up images of rolling hills. Rolling hills photograph. Okay, so based on some of the images that I'm seeing here, I could actually have the hills get darker towards here, which should look quite cool. Look quite cool indeed. Mind if you just roll an 18 like it's nobody's business? Oh my goodness, Blood. You can't just do that. You can't just end my whole career like that. Just to give you reference, Blood, I rolled a 1 at the start of stream, okay? I could have a second tier of hill here, potentially. Just a little crease. Log off? Yeah, right. I think I've got an eyelash or something. Yeah, there we go. Ugh. I'm definitely not pretending that I'm not crying. The most terrible thing happened today. What? What happened? Are you okay? I went onto Bahali's stream. And I rolled a 1. No. Dead to me. Absolutely awful. How you going, Blood? How was your weekend? Hope you're doing well. Dun, 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 dun. Ads are coming. They are. I imagine you said that in a very Song of Ice and Fire, like winter is coming. Okay, let's see. How's that darker grey looking? Better, 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 better. Off to see the ads, the wonderful ads from Oz. True. You've been playing Delta Force all weekend. Tell me, what is a Delta Force? I'm not familiar with. No regrets. I mean, for sure, but I will need to know more before I can before I can judge you. The Wizard of Oz is actually a pretty lazy concept now that you've brought that up, Stewie. Because Australia was a thing back then, right? You can't just sort of pretend that we've got better, different Australia, right? First-person shooter game. 1 minute 30 of ads. Yeah, all good, all good. Oh, well, we've got ads. Time for banana. I've literally had this banana sitting in front of me the entire time, and I was thinking, oh, when ads play, I'll help myself. Never freaking did. Until now. Okay. That's looking a lot better. Got way more depth going on there, which is cool. Welcome back from ads, by the way. Welcome. Looking good, thank you. I appreciate. I'm a little bit miffed. Is how long it's taking, but there's not much I can do about that. I mean, there is. I could be faster, but I can't be faster and maintain the quality that I want. So it just kind of be what it do. I'd like to have the base image done by best case scenario, end of Feb, but that's in like 4 days, so not happening. But first half of March. Because then we start animating the darn thing, you know? But at the same time, I'm cognizant of the fact that I haven't rendered the house at all. I haven't rendered the posts. Probably should touch up the trees a little bit more. Just little things here and there, which will take time. Slowly, we'll get there. Like for example, we're doing quite well with the grass, all things considered. Making progress. Okay, getting stuck in with some highlights. Probably bring some yellow tones into further sections, just because I don't want it to feel like these bodies of grass are like a completely different ilk. I'm also not sure how I feel about how these two sections look like they're kind of smack on top of each other. I think the way that I'm going to avoid that is by distorting some of the gap. So going in with some grays here. Like this, just to generate a degree of separation between one section and another. I think I need to up the sharpness at the edge as well. That'll help to bring that forward. Down here, jump into the grays again. like so. Need to go grocery shopping soon, considering what to make for lunch and realizing your options are very limited. Yeah, it gets a little bit like that, right? Where you think to yourself, I'm probably fine for food, and then you consider what your actual options are. And I don't have options currently. It's better to be on the safe side as opposed to sorry. So going earlier than later is recommended. There have been a few times where I've essentially been forced to go grocery shopping because I've waited until the very last second and have completely run out of food in the house. That's not a good feeling. That's not a good feeling at all because I'm usually starving at that point. I have like no energy. I'm like, I could really go for food and then I could go grocery shopping, and I just don't have the option because I didn't get the food ahead of time. What are we liking? What are we not liking? Liking the degree of detail, not liking the apparent repetition. So I'm going to quickly scrub up a couple of sections. Call it a night for now. It's getting late. Fair. Thanks for hanging out, Squid. Have an excellent start to your week. I'll catch you later. That's what I'm talking about. They may think that they're double digits, double digitsers, but in the end, they all come crawling back to Mahali. Catch you later, bud. Have a good night. You have so much curry, you should make something with it at some point. I mean, it's one of those things, right, where it's not expiring, so it's happy to kind of just sit there. There's no pressure to use it. But yeah, I mean, why don't you plan on a curry night or something later in the week? Sort of earmark the date for it, and then that way you're not doing it based on vibes. You're doing it based on calendar. Might help. Could help. have like 3 separate curry packages. So curry's just taking up a lot of shelf space compared to your other spices. I mean, consider that to be your your ticking time clock. Then, when will I run out of storage space because of this accursed curry? You know what I really want to try before I sign off for tonight? I really want to try adding in wildflowers. Flowers. Some pale blue flowers could go quite well, actually. I'll go through and render them all properly in a second. And all of this is on a separate layer as well, so that I could go through and I could purge it if I'd like to, if it's not to my liking. Ultimate power. But yeah, I think blue flowers would go quite well. Again, it's bringing that skybox element back into the grass. I think if I went with yellow flowers, it would give the whole thing just a yellow hue overall, which I don't think I like the look of. I'd much prefer a bluish hue to the whole image. But yeah, Stewie, 12-hour work sessions is brutal. Are you allowed to at least have, like, stuff on while you're working? Like, shows and movies and stuff? Because that's a tough time block. It's 5 more days, and then you'll have done daily walks for a month. Oh my goodness, nice. How does it feel? Are you feeling the benefits of it yet? I remember when I was walking quite regularly in the morning. I'd start the day with quite a bit of energy for it. So I hope you feel the same. That made you feel worse, at least. That's fair. I mean, something that I haven't considered though is that you'd have to rug up in heavy jackets and stuff to go for your walks, yeah? Quite sure, since you've mostly just wanted to build the habit. Well, it's not necessarily about like length of walk, to be honest. Just getting outside regularly. It does good chemical things to the brain. Really need to bundle up, yeah. Which I'd imagine takes quite a bit of energy to both rug up and then take everything off afterwards, which would be a little bit exhausting. Good on you though. Good on you for maintaining the habit for a month. Good job. I'm a strong believer in goal setting, so setting a goal like that and then committing to it is it's awesome. You have the tracker for it to put up on your door, so you get to check the box when you get back inside. Have that visual always there has helped a lot. Right. Right, so you've got like a little almost like a clipboard thing set up on the front door, so that each time you get back you can tick off that you've done it for the day. Yeah, that'd be useful. I need more stuff like that because I run into the problem of having it all tracked digitally on my phone, which does the job organization wise, but I don't know, it just doesn't have that same satisfaction element to it. Do you have a little magnetic whiteboard? Ah, cool. I do not have a metal door, so I'll have to think of something else. But that's an awesome idea. Yeah, cool. Well, what's the reward now for hitting this milestone? You have to have something, right? Surely? And you can't say more Lego. I mean, I suppose you could. But you still haven't started assembling the first set. Oh no. No. Buy yourself a wheel of cheese, true. Everybody, not unless, I mean, no, sorry, especially if you're lactose intolerant. There we go. Decided a proper reward as such, but the Lego stream will be right after you hit the month mark. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but I don't know. Self-rewards like that feel almost... that's like saying, I was going to get this as a gift for myself, just, you know, to be nice to me. And my birthday's coming up around the corner, so I'll get it for myself as a birthday gift to myself. But you've taken away like the sentiment of just getting a nice thing for yourself just because, and you've like given an excuse to the you've latched like the birthday excuse onto it. I feel as though you should give yourself something. It doesn't even need to be like doesn't need to necessarily be a thing that you buy. It could be like, I'm gonna allow myself to chill on this day or whatever. Still go for the walk, but then, you know, not have to worry about housework or something on X day as a reward for thing. Just something, you know, something tangible. So your body is feeling rewarded for doing the good thing. If you're lactose intolerant, buy 2 wheels. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Just punch right through that intolerance. It's got very it's very mother goose coded, where they just sort of drop their children into a pond and just hope that they swim. Yeah, Bobicus, you don't understand. I was counting the minutes. I was counting the minutes since you left. God, it felt endless. Welcome back. We've started adding wildflowers, and I feel like it started to elevate it. It's looking pretty good. Not counting this. Consider me called out. But yes, wildflowers are being added to the equation, and I feel like it's going to make it particularly spicy. I think in the same way that this patch of grass has like daffodils and then also like teeny tiny little speck flowers as well, I think we could do something similar here. Because I'm just looking for any sort of complexity I can add to the grass, just to have it feel like more's going on, you know? I've got a spatter brush in here somewhere. Spatter. I've got a few spatter brushes. Don't like that one. What should you do? Tell me. You should come up with default spells in their tiers. Yeah! Sounds good. It's probably a good like basis to start building from, is having your defaults, and that way you can understand how you want the system to work as it applies to the defaults. Yeah, yep. I mean that too, obviously. Have we hit the... Yeah, we're basically at the 4-hour mark now. Okay, I'll start winding down. Okay, cool. What have we learned today? What we've learned today is that textural diversity is important. We've learned that there are way more grey tones in grass than what one might initially think. We've also learned that blocking in larger texture ahead of time makes texturing it afterwards a lot easier. Which, I mean, all of these things might be common sense things, but we got there in the end. We've also more or less finished up with like the grass render as is, just like the grass texture. We've started moving on to grass details like wildflowers. We'll slowly be adding other elements like longer. Let's quickly snooze the ads. Longer blah blah blah, longer grass strand bits here and there, just adding little bits of visual interest all over the place, and then we can start moving on to rendering the house. So yeah, we've got a little bit of a roadmap ahead for this week. Cool. Let's see who's online that we can go and bother in all of the nicest ways. Luna. Perfect. Right. Luna Blom. Boom. Excellent. That's set up nicely. Sweet. Thanks for catching up with me today, everyone. I love catching up with everyone again. Sorry for the hiatus last week. It was a bit of a time management and sleep mess, but we're in business. It's all I've stabilized over the weekend, and we're good to go. Look for the details for the Arts and Crafts Hearthside hangout on the weekend on Discord. That should be up across the next couple of days. Again, I've got the special co-stream with Ghoulie on Wednesday morning. Look for the details on the Discord for that as well. Otherwise, should be the usual with a Pokemon stream on Friday. Sweet. New week, new us. Here we go. Have an excellent start to your week. Have a lovely rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. And I'll catch you soon. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Also, look at my little fucking bits of hair that just won't.